Hey, Drew, this is Dave Boss of the City of Lakewood. Can you hear me on Zoom?
I got some of that. As soon as
Okay.
you were talking to me, I heard Zoom, and I believe I'm the only one on.
Okay, good. We can hear you, so we're good.
Hold on, we lost Kyle. Oh, well, that works. Good evening, everybody. I would like to call to order the special joint meeting of the Planning Commission Architecture Board of Review for the City of Lakewood, Tuesday, August 8th, 2024. I'm sorry, August 6th, 2024. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience in us getting started. Hope you are all safe and have weathered the storm, if you will. So with that, we will do a roll call for Planning Commission and then roll call for Architecture Board of Review. Mr. Boss?
Mr. Lapointe?
Present.
Mr. McDermott?
Here.
Mr. Reese?
Here.
Mr. Sanderson?
Here.
And Ms. Gall is unable to make it this evening.
Do you need a motion to excuse absence?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
For Architectural Board of Review, Mr. Monet.
Here.
Ms. Cohen-Plessner is on her way, but running late. Mr. Eggberry.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
Mr. Slaughterbeck.
Here.
We have minutes that were distributed for the special meeting of, I believe it was July 23rd, 2024. Has everyone had an opportunity to review those minutes? If we could actually, on the agenda, Dave, it does say June 23rd, so before we have to revise minutes of this meeting, let's just make it for the notes that when the minutes come for this meeting, that reflects a July 23rd special joint meeting. From the Planning Commission perspective, any questions, comments, concerns on the minutes from the July 23rd special meeting? Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
I'll make a motion for approval.
Mr. Lapointe, is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all signify approval by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Gonna pose the same question to the Architecture Review Board. Everyone have a chance to review the meeting minutes from the last meeting? Okay. I'm gonna make a motion to approve. the July 23rd, 2024 meeting minutes. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Fantastic. Opening remarks, Mr. Boss.
Okay, before I jump into the full remarks, I just want to hit on for those coming up to the podium to speak, I ask that you please sign your name on the oath sheet up there, and then clearly state your name and address into the microphone. And that goes for both presenters as well as when we get to the public comment portion. And for public comment tonight, we're going to limit comment to 5 minutes. It's our standard procedure. So before I turn it over to the Casto Dimmitt team for their update from the last meeting, I'll just go through the same kind of introductory slides. Purpose of plan development, which is this downtown development is under a plan development application under Chapter 115601. The purpose for that: innovative, integrated with surrounding uses, and sensitive to cultural, environmental, and economic considerations. It's consistent with the community vision, specific to more compact development, pedestrian-friendly site design, urban street character, energy-efficient design, and industry best practices. The approval process, 5-step process. We've been through the preliminary review by both Planning Commission and ABR, and now we're back for final review by both the Commission and the Board before this application will then move on to City Council for their final plan development review. Site everyone's familiar with, bounded by Bell and Marlow and Detroit on the north. The development objectives have been in place for some time, have not changed. Leave these up here for a bit. We can always come back and reference them as needed. Do want to highlight again the council development priorities were published in Resolution 2022-14, looking at density and opportunity for housing, community space, local businesses, preservation of the Curtis Block, sustainability, affordable and accessible housing, and overarching fiduciary responsibility. Again, we can reference these in greater detail as needed. Background and timeline is the same as presented last time in July. There, it's been through the preliminary portion at the top, grayed out, and now we're in the final portion, starting again last month. Key elements of the development program have not changed since last presented. Updated the process schedule to reflect the completion of the meeting on the 23rd and our current position on the meeting on the 6th. Holding to the schedule, if we do, we have the opportunity for 1 to 3 more joint meetings before proceeding with the ABR, handing it off for ABR final review, and then the handoff to council for their final review. This also shows the concurrent consideration of the development agreement. Roles and responsibilities, looking at the PD design principles, the ones highlighted in red, the ones that have kind of highlighted and focused for these joint sessions. What I've done for this presentation is, if we need to, I've taken the actual text from the PD design principles. We can go back and look at building and site design, vehicular circulation and access, as well as pedestrian access and circulation as needed to make sure we're hitting the guidance contained within the code. Highlighted parking, as well as landscaping and screening. I think just based on the last sequence of meetings and some of the other projects, at least on the Planning Commission side, we're fairly familiar with these at this point. Urban open space and amenities was another area that I brought forward. As in past meetings, just highlighting the preliminary review conditions and recommendations, if we need to go back to those. I think the board and the commission are familiar at this point with the preliminary review conditions. If there are no opening questions, I will go ahead and hand it over to Dimmitt for their updated presentation.
Good evening, Council and ABR. My name is Paul Glowacki with Dimmitt Architects. Our address is 14725 Detroit Avenue. So we are presenting our updated package from our last meeting. I think we've made a lot of headway in the last 2 weeks' time. With the site plan, we also have Drew Russell, who is called in virtually, who is with Edge Landscape Architects. He'll be speaking to a lot of the landscape architecture slides throughout that are interspersed throughout the slideshow here. So overall site plan, I just kind of want to work north to south through the buildings, pick up on kind of the major items here, and then we'll go into them in more detail as we kind of work through the slides. So starting with the Curtis Block and Building 1 and the plaza off of Detroit. So we've done some, pretty significant redesign to the plaza area. I will let Drew talk to that in more detail as we get to those slides. But I think notably the previous design for the Curtis Block was to be a portion of it to be used for the residential entry for Building 1, where now that has been kind of converted back to a solely retail component. The access to Building 1 has now moved to the kind of southeast of Building 1 for the residential above. Additionally, the space between the Curtis Block and Building 1, since we're not connecting for residential entry, is gone. That is now open through from Marlowe into that plaza area, and we have some details on that as well. Working south from there, not a lot of changes on Bell or Marlowe as we're working down Building 1 until we get to kind of the south end of Building 1. You'll notice in the the southeast corner there, the orange block is now the residential lobby, mail package, kind of the main entrance to the residential portion above. And then the space between Building 1 and the parking garage and Building 3 has been completely redesigned from previous iterations. We'll get into that in much more detail, but just to note that we have removed the vehicular access off of Bell into that space. The access to the parking garage has moved south along the parking garage, and we are proposing a service entry off of Marlowe that would access for any trucks or drop-offs, and also for move-ins for the residential, and then also access for that small amount of parking that would be specific to Building 1 users. Moving further south on the site, so the parking garage, as I mentioned, we've moved the vehicular access point a little bit south, and have redesigned the entire edge along Bell into a kind of linear park. We've removed the street parking there to even enlarge that park-like setting that's along there, and Edge will get into a little bit more detail on that. The only major change really to Building 3 is that we are proposing a direct connection to the parking garage, the upper level of the parking garage, over to Building 3 on the back side of it. There will still be the entry off of Marlowe with the lobby there, but also having that direct connection to the parking. Then moving further south to the connector street between Bell and Marlowe, really the only major change that we have there is we did add those parking spaces, the street parking spaces on the south side. of that street on the north side of the Pocket Park there. And then moving south to Building 4, redesigned the Pocket Park. As we'll get into some details on that. But Building 4, primarily, we kind of looked at that whole interior Pocket Park, from an architectural standpoint and from like a landscaping standpoint. So we'll get into some details on that. And then moving all the way to the south part of the site with the townhomes, took into account a number of comments that the boards had the last time around, slid the townhomes a little bit closer to Bell to give a little bit more space between the townhomes and the neighboring house to the east. Added a garage to the 3 units of townhomes there to the east, and then have kind of reconfigured that space in between Building 4 and these townhomes to be a little bit nicer of a path through there and give a little bit more of a nice front yard to those townhomes. I've also updated the yields, pretty similar. We're kind of still in that same range of parking and units. They're going to kind of slide as we continue to fine tune the plans. So I wouldn't say there are any major real changes to that. Next slide, please. So just looking at the automotive circulation, I think I hit on a lot of these in the previous slide. The vehicular access off of Bell into the parking garage now allows for the kind of conflict that we had previously with the vehicular traffic and the pedestrian traffic. Should really be taken care of. And then the kind of back of house entry space off of Marlowe. And you'll see in some of the sections that drive is actually sunken down from Bell coming in through there. And then the other real vehicular access points, obviously off of the connector street. The middle slide, just showing the circulation coming out of the parking garage. I think very notably the connections to Building 1 are now through this nice little public plaza, and that's the connector from either somebody parking there for retail or parking to go into the residential building. Also showing that the connection to Building 3 there to the east. And then just the residential pedestrian experience, just the major entrances to the apartment buildings, as we've noted, predominant change being to Building 1 off of Bell there. Next slide, please. These sections haven't changed. If we go to the next slide, we'll see the 2 new sections that we added. So the top section there is looking through that connector behind Building 1. Notably, the Marlowe kind of being on the high side, sloping down, and you can't really see it. I think the screen's a little bit blurred out, but the access to the garage and the back of house space of Building 1 is kind of now sunk down off that access point off of Marlowe. And then again, just a quick section there on the bottom of the connector piece from Marlowe into that plaza area where we removed that connector between Curtis Block and Building 1. Next slide, please. So this is the first floor plan of Building 1 and Curtis Block, and also kind of showing that connector on the south side of the building. So really took into account a lot of the comments that we heard in the previous meeting, especially related to the concerns of the pedestrian and vehicular interaction between the parking garage and Building 1. And so we've kind of really disconnected those two, all of the really kind of 2 and 3 things that were happening. So move-ins, access to the parking garage, access to the garage under Building 1, and then the pedestrian access from the parking garage, both into the residential lobby for Building 1, but also that connector between the parking garage all the way through Building 1 and then up to the public plaza. We also heard some comments about some public bathrooms, so we have slotted those into that public access walkway there as well. Also, can kind of see the space between the Curtis Block and Building 1 open up as a small little alley there. And we think, that really could be a nice intimate space, but also allows for that retailer that's on that eastern side, on the north side, to actually have some, storefront out to that, that space there. Next slide, please. So just working up through the floor plans, these are primarily what we had shown previously, moving some of the pieces around for the amenity as they now connect to that first floor lobby being moved to the southeast. Next slide, please. Typical third and fourth floor plan really hasn't changed, all units there. And then the next slide, please. Just the amenity deck, we're still showing kind of a club room on that top floor there on the east wing at the northwest corner of that east wing. Next slide, please. So looking at the site from Detroit and Bell, really took into account some of the concerns about the stairs on that corner. I will let Edge talk about this much more as we get into these slides, but really the impetus of trying to open this corner up. I know we had, I think, heard some thoughts about maybe building that out and then including the bus stop, but as we were working through this with Edge, they took a little bit of a different tact on it, and really we think it's quite nice. So, Drew, if you want to kind of talk through these, if we can go to the next slide, I think it starts some of the landscape architect renderings.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I don't know if I'm...
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, thank you, commissioners and board members. Drew Russell with Edge. We have been leading the landscape architecture on this project with Edge 330 West Spring Street, Suite 350, Columbus, Ohio. As Paul mentioned, looking at the corner here, coming out of our last meeting, we heard concerns about the size of the steps right there on the hard corner, some directed at the durability and others at how they had more of kind of a courthouse type feel. So what we've done, we've pulled back those steps and broken them up to provide a bit more pedestrian area on the street level. From this view, we've also modified the street tree planters along Detroit to a more traditional size from the previous plan. These would be more consistent with the tree planters in front of the Cleveland Clinic Emergency Department building across Bell. The intent here was to kind of provide more visibility and access into the plaza space and a more comfortable pedestrian zone along Detroit, especially considering, like Paul mentioned, we have the existing transit stop that sits just east of Bell on Detroit right here. I don't know if you want to go to the next slide.
Yeah, so this is just a view of that that plaza. If I think we can go to the next slide, I think we have a similar view from Edge from the aerial.
I can talk to this too. So for the plaza, we're continuing to focus on the overall flexibility of the space. Immediately outside the ground floor retail that Paul was mentioning along the face of the building, we're really reserving some area for spill out of tenant space along the face. Without knowing kind of what the end users are at this point in time, this could be additional seating or other appropriate uses for that retail. The central portion of the plaza remains the most public and flexible, I'd say. We've incorporated some large platform benches to help define the space and provide a lot of seating opportunities. And then inside those, we envision maybe some loose cafe style seating that could be used the majority of the year, but also moved out for larger events that may take place on the plaza. I think we have another view that gets down a little bit lower eye level into that main plaza space. So kind of coming out of our last meeting again, we've explored removing the trees from inside the courtyard. In the end though, we're confident we can provide a tree type with a high enough canopy, as you can kind of see here, that won't negatively impact the retail or general use of the space. And without the trees, the plaza felt a bit exposed to the surrounding buildings. So the added filtered canopy, we really feel helps create a more comfortable and inviting space within the plaza. you want to go to the next slide. I think there's one more view. Yeah, so here's a view looking into the plaza from Detroit. We want to include this to illustrate how kind of reducing the size of those tree planters along Detroit really has helped open up the plaza to the street and to the public realm.
If we can go to the next slide, please. I think one item too on the overall plan as Curtis Block, the sidewalk in front of Curtis Block goes to the west, those planters, those trees still allow for that flow to kind of happen. So you have a little bit of a differentiation between kind of just walking down the street. There's still that continuity from in front of Curtis Block all the way across the site, which I think creates a nice little balance between those two items there. So just kind of looking down Marlowe South, you can start to see the opening behind Curtis Block, and if we go to the next slide, I think we have a straight-on view of that. So this is kind of just initial pass. We do have balconies on the back of the Curtis Block that are actually exiting those apartments up above. So that would have to remain obviously for egress, but trying to use that space as much as we have there to really create kind of a neat little experience moving through that space. A little bit more intimate, and then really kind of, I think, again, a nice connector for some of the retail that's going to happen. That's going to kind of wrap around this corner and create kind of that passage that's going to pull you through that space there. Next slide, please. Then looking from the south end of Building 1 here, this access drive now that goes down, as you can see, it really kind of hides the back of house access back there now, as it's down, approximately like 8 to 10 feet. So trucks would be going down there for move-ins, also for the retailers. We're not obviously expecting the large trucks that we would have had with the big grocer. So we think this is very feasible. And then also the small number of parking spaces, those would all be people that are very familiar with going in and out of, they would have those spaces dedicated. So getting in and out of there would be, kind of more natural there. Next slide, please. And then kind of working back around the other side. So this is the view from Bell, looking towards that southeastern portion of the retail space into the pedestrian connector between Building 1 and the parking garage. And I think the next slide has a shot straight on. Oh, this is Bell. I'll let Drew talk to the landscape architecture along Bell there. Next slide. Yeah,
sure.
This one.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we haven't modified really the general, I think, design direction of the Bell Avenue streetscape along Building 1. I think the main thing to mention here is just the grade change, and in order to work with that, we're maintaining kind of a traditional streetscape, as you can see at street level with tree planters, kind of the similar size and treatment as you wrap around the corner along Detroit that you saw in a few slides earlier. And then we've got those adjacent to the parallel parking with more of the retail spill out space kind of at that upper level along the building face.
Next slide, please. So yeah, this is a straight-on view between the parking garage and Building 1. Again, really trying to soften up that space with some landscaping in there. But this will kind of be the main connection into the residential portion. So any residents would be coming from the parking garage across here, but also any visitors would then kind of enter into that lobby space. We really think this is going to be a nice activation of that space. Knowing that that's kind of a apartment lobby is kind of a really 24/7 space. People are coming and going all the time. So we really do hope that this kind of activates not only that corner of the building, but this little kind of extra pocket park that's now happening in the site. I know there was a lot of discussion about the garage building and how we were addressing the architecture of that. So I think this slide you're starting to see that corner tower element that is kind of the main connector point from the parking garage over, but also starting to see how we're planning on addressing the architecture, the skinning of that building. So if you go to the next slide, I think we're starting to work into the garage. So just garage floor plans, really, again, the only major change is just the vehicular access and pedestrian access on that first floor there. And then also you start to see the connector over to Building 3 as well. Next slide is just the upper parking and levels, no big changes there. And next slide, please. So looking at the parking garage building here, showing how we're planning on skinning that building with kind of these large brick bays with, pretty big openings, obviously for the parking areas themselves, and then planning on doing some screening and, some planting. Obviously, I think we have a lot more detail that we'll be showing as we move forward through that, but really trying to create this kind of a segue right into this park that's going to be happening on the street front there. And if we go to the next slide, I think we're getting into some of the landscape architecture here, so I'll let Drew take over.
Sounds good. So yeah, the only thing I would have to say with the courtyard that Paul had mentioned between the parking garage and the ground floor leasing office would be we started looking at how that might be programmed. So we think that this is a great spot for bike racks. He mentioned that this area seems to be kind of a 24/7 thing with the clubhouse and leasing area. So it's a good, safe spot for bikes. We also think that this is a good spot for benches. In case a resident wants to come out and wait for a food delivery or an Uber, a good spot to kind of sit and wait for those things. Go to the next slide. So yeah, moving further down Bell along the parking garage, we are showing an updated concept of the linear park. We're reintroducing a tree lawn to this area, so it would not have on-street parking along this section, similar to how Bell is treated on the opposite side of the street as you get down into the residential areas. We've also started exploring curving the sidewalk through the space to add to the park-like feel. The sidewalk now is allowed to kind of move through the space versus next to it through this park space. And then terrace planters along the inside of the sidewalk can provide some space for planting along the garage and accent some of the architectural features along the garage, provide seating along the walkway, and then the areas behind the walls could provide moments of where art could be located through there. But a lot of informal planning, so kind of very different from what we looked at last meeting.
Next slide, please. So moving into building 3, again, no major changes besides the connection over to the garage. So next slide, please. I think we added this rendering from the previous slides you've seen. So this is just a view of building 3 from the from the south there. So from the north. So kind of looking at that vehicular connection down to the back of house of building 1. And then this is kind of the main entry lobby from Marlowe that happens into building 3. Next slide, please. And then I think we had this view in there, so the view kind of from the other end. We are still working through, obviously, a lot of the grading, so I think some of this is going to be alleviated, that issue with the concern about how low that is. So we'll be working through that for some next meetings. Next slide, please. So building 4, I think we've spent a lot of time kind of working through a lot of the architectural comments that came up last time. There's a concern about how the inside courtyard architecture was kind of pretty varied from the Bell and Marlowe sides. And so we kind of took a kind of a deeper look at that. I think we looked both at the comments of, whether the architecture seemed appropriate on Bell and Marlowe as different as it was from, buildings 3. And we do feel like that is very much kind of the standard of a lot of the commercial and apartment buildings that happen along Detroit and the transition to the residential neighborhoods. So I think we don't have as much concern, but we did hear the board's comments as we worked into the architecture on the inside plaza. And I think it really working back and forth with Edge on the landscape architecture and how that pocket park becomes kind of a front lawn for this building, especially, and how those interior residential units on that pocket park, that's their front yard, and having a little bit of that buffer space. Also, we provided a couple of the porches on a few of those units, but we actually took the entries to these buildings, which was kind of in the southeast or southwest corner, and moved it central to that whole facade and that whole pocket park. So if we go to the next slide, I think we have the elevations. So really kind of brought that architecture into this courtyard space, but gave it a really nice, strong, central, solid element that acts as the front door to this building, and kind of is a little bit more of maybe the apartment residential architecture of Lakewood versus just kind of the two-story or three-story single family or duplex homes. So kind of bringing some of those more of those architectural elements into this courtyard was kind of our big push. And if we go to the next slide, I think it's the remainder of the elevations, and just really kind of wrapping that all the way around the building. And next slide, I think we have some of the renderings that are updated. So I think these are pretty similar to what you guys looked at previously on Bell, not really any changes. Next slide. And then kind of wrapping around the building. Next slide. And then looking into that courtyard area and really kind of getting that central entry to this building. I think, kind of bringing people from Bell and Marlowe from around the corners, bringing them, around the edge of this building and then into the center of the building, really kind of was our impetus. And I think the next slide is, some of Edge's drawings here.
Yeah, so coming out of last meeting, we heard a lot of comments, and there was an effort on our end to try to incorporate more open lawn in the pocket park. So this updated design reduced the seating areas on the side to walks with raised planters on the four corners, as you can see. The building entry, like Paul had mentioned, is now kind of more on the central axis. So we wanted this lawn to feel like a big open front yard. And we've got steps down to that. We're also showing a few parallel spaces along the east-west connector drive that could be used like temporarily for Amazon trucks or food delivery needed for this building. You want to go to next slide? And I think we have one more view. So here's a view from up above. And I think this one's a good one to show the increase in lawn area, as well as how Paul had mentioned, we have these additional porch connections on the interior corners. So we would have walks up to those as well.
Next slide, please. I think we're just kind of working around the remainder of Building 4 here over to Marlowe, so no real changes here. Next slide, I think we have the aerials. And again, these, I wouldn't say that these, from this distance, really kind of see a lot of these changes. I think a lot of those changes are really kind of happening down at that ground level. So I believe that is the last slide there. That's our full package, and we look forward to any comments and questions.
Right, so I'm just going to pick up and just go through a couple of the zoning issues. We did get a little more details. I picked up on the setbacks, as well as I updated the parking based on the updated site summary here. And so there were just some minor changes in terms of the street parking, and then in terms of that, this thing. In terms of this garage, I think it was at 37 last time, now it's at 34. This is at 535, went up to 536. And then the addition of the 3 spaces and some of the on-street parking shifted a little bit. But obviously the scheduled uses and space requirements didn't change. We also got at least the initial blush on the bedroom mix. And so, and then with the addition of the Curtis block, retail is now, as I calculated, just a little bit above 31,000 square feet of retail. So that carries a minimum of 31, max of 78 parking spaces. And again, I'm kind of going on a ledge. I'm not saying anything about operation or management of parking. I just associated the parking lot with Building 1 against the retail requirement. Obviously, people can go into retail, will be using the parking garage as well. But they are, even if you just counted that one lot, they're within the min and the max for that retail space, the expanded retail space. Multifamily is now at 298 units, and as I counted, 400 bedrooms. So the parking requirement within both the parking and the PD code is 1 per dwelling unit as a minimum for multifamily. So that carries a minimum of 298, a maximum of 596 with 2 per dwelling unit. So there are, as I'm counting, that 536 minus the 75 for the health center for Cleveland Clinic under the master agreement. That leaves 461 dedicated spaces, obviously well within 154% of the min, and it even exceeds the number of bedrooms per the count that I completed. There are 46 on-street spaces. There are 61 additional public spaces within 1,000 feet. And so just looking at a minimum of 404, maximum 741, they're providing 570 off-street spaces from what I count, and that's almost 141%, so almost a time and a half of the minimum. So I guess from our kind of initial read, should be enough, plenty of parking per the code requirements. And then no change to the townhomes from the last time we met. I think each townhome is required under our single-family code to have a minimum of 1 parking space, and each townhome has a garage. Height has not changed from last review. In terms of stories, and looking at the surrounding neighborhood, has that 543 as you step south from Detroit, consistent with the preliminary massing and height. It hasn't really, it's shifted a little bit in terms of as the buildings have shifted, but the general flow has not changed in terms of building height and massing. And then as you can see, the surrounding buildings, in terms of the 6, 3s, and 2s across Detroit, 15, 7, and 7 to the west, and 4s to the west, and then as you get into the typical 3-story Lakewood home. Initial blush on setbacks. So as the measurements, and I have a slide kind of for each building going through, a little more difficult to provide specific distances to the right-of-way as we typically measure these, just because of the way the PD is being designed and taking kind of a holistic approach to the property around there. I tried to provide, just for context, kind of distance to the curb was one of the kind of common measurements, as well as in some aspects to the right-of-way. And so as I looked kind of surrounding the site, nothing really jumped out in terms of wholly inconsistent with the surrounding area. I think that's kind of the general intent and context under plan development. And so what I saw was, just under 26 feet, and then kind of going to, and I can show you where I got these measurements from, the 28 to 34 feet, 35 to 36 feet as you go step back, consistent with the existing homes on Marlowe that were, it's a 20-foot setback per our building line, but most of the homes were right at 20 feet to that sidewalk line that we typically consider. To the curb, though, they were 35 feet. And so looking across the street, those general distances that are provided in the plans that they provided is fairly consistent all the way up and down Marlowe. On the Bell side, you see it go from just under 37 feet and kind of stay in that same kind of realm. Steps back a little, or gets a little closer to the street as you get to building 4 down here. And the setbacks for the homes that are on Bell are a little bit more with that 35-foot building line. I did notice that most of the homes in this area are somewhere between 30 and 35 feet to that sidewalk line, which puts them at 47 to 49 feet from the curb. These setbacks, for these buildings are more consistent with the existing health clinic for Cleveland Clinic there at the top of the block. And then obviously with that, the public plaza and that kind of that more open corner, there. You've got that 50 to 55-foot setback from the curb. So just in greater detail, kind of going off of the individual building plans that were provided, you can see the red lines that I was counting and the distances that were provided in here. So we can go into these greater detail as needed, but nothing really jumped out as wholly inconsistent. The underlying zoning is C2, which for the most part is that more dense commercial development, that's 0 to 5 setbacks. So I think that the neighborhood context here is probably one of the most important comparables. And for this one, the only consideration I give is we consider setbacks from anytime you have a porch, a covered porch. You measure from the front foundation line of that covered porch, and so that was where some of these distances are a little different than I was trying to interpret based on the distances provided in the plans. And also, I was looking at the curb line from the bump out to make it consistent. As you look down the street, or the corridor of the street, and that curb line that's provided from that initial bump out, you may have parking that goes further or closer to the building away from the street, center line of the street, and that's why I use the bump out to be consistent across all sides. So kind of the same with building 4. Those individual porches, those are all covered porches as I understand, and then using that furthest out curb line for the corridor of the street. And then highlighting that 11, just over 11 feet setback of that path between that adjacent home on the southeast side. The only setbacks I did not have, unless I was missing it, were the townhomes. And so I can come back to this after the board and the commission kind of go through there, but the traffic impact study is pending. We should be in receipt of that within a week or two. I know Casto Dimmitt has had conversations with Ferris, who's doing the traffic impact study. In fact, that's one of the things, the conflicts that informed the movement based on the board and commission comments, as well as the traffic impact study comments on the entry to the garage and avoiding conflicts. So they are talking, they're in coordination, and that is on its way. And I would just ask for a final setback plan that includes the townhomes, kind of something that's more just general and consistent with that was provided for the preliminary review. And then I know the final use map needs to be updated based on the current site plan, and as the site plan kind of continues to refine and mature. What I did provide, at least for the members of the commission, you have a copy of the preliminary use table for your reference, as well as the prohibited uses from the term sheet. I've done a kind of a cursory review by line. I don't think there's any surprises in here, but obviously this will be, the use areas need to be updated with the current site plan. And so that's coming, as well as the final plat. And so I think just wanted to highlight those items. And I think that with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great, thank you very much. Before we open it up to public comment, I'd like to thank the Casto team. You guys, in a very quick fashion, listened to a ton of comments and have addressed a good number of them. So it shows your dedication to the project, so thank you very much. So at this time, we'd like to open up for public comment. Docket item number 073324. This is the downtown development. If you are interested in providing any public comment on the matter, please feel free to come up to the podium, and we will do our best to take your comments, batch them all together, and then kind of synthesize them and ask Casto to respond. So if you're interested to come up to the podium and provide any feedback or comment, we'd welcome you at this time. Thank you very much.
Hi, Linda Barbero, 2249 Olive. I just have a couple questions on the Curtis and the Plaza, and one on the apartments that have the residential architectural feel of Lakewood Homes. So those are the things I want to cover real quick, since I know I don't have a lot of time to talk. And then I hope to be able to comment on a couple things that look really very, very good and appealing at this point. So anyway, real quick, 2 questions about the Curtis. If, I can hear back at some point through this. An important question from a preservation aspect: is there consideration being given to it being the first part of what gets worked on in this project, since it has been at risk for many years? So could it be considered to be first in the project work? There's been questions in the community and the Historical Society, et cetera. Are historic tax credits going to be used, since it may be possible? Will the apartments in the top be restored, or are they going to be newly reconfigured, in a major way? So those are those quick questions. On the Plaza, a couple questions, urban design kind of questions. I totally understand, I think, what has been conveyed tonight, that it has been more opened up from the sidewalk to be approachable, not blocked in any way, kind of where you could just flow in from the sidewalk. But would there be an opportunity to consider some kind of welcoming entrance statement in a way? Perhaps an arch, an open pergola, some kind of open gateway, something that would still be visually open, but kind of mark, oh, here's a cool place to come in and see what's going on here, rather than it just being more pavement from the sidewalk. Could there be consideration for the benches, or some of them, to be more movable rather than kind of imposing and static? That's an impression that I have about this. And maybe there's some other kind of entranceway statement, or some kind of little low wall with some kind of name or marker or branding to this space for our city. Okay, so moving quickly to the apartment residential type architectural area. All of us that have been discussing this in the preservation community locally, we appreciate, the effort to relate to Lakewood's residential buildings. Since they have to be major, we understand, you need a lot of volume, need a lot of height and mass and space. That's what's being tried, getting to be accomplished. Is there a way to visually lighten these in terms of their height and volume, which I think was discussed and brought up last time, where some of the materials in some of these other major buildings are lighter on the top story or two. So I'm thinking about the visual weight, the colors, the mass, in that regard. And then I wanted to say, really wanted to compliment you on the garage with the brick bays, because I think it has a lot more appeal than often our concept of, a concrete garage. So I think the brick bays are very appealing, in my opinion. I like the reworked, tree lawn effect and more curved, natural park along the side, so I wanted to point those out. But thank you so much again for more work on this and the opportunity to have input. Look forward to hearing some feedback and more on how all these materials get addressed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Scott Williams Rising, 1531 Waker Avenue. Just reading the plain Lakewood Observer and stuff, I wasn't really aware of the plans that were, you guys are talking about tonight. I have to say, there's nothing to do with you guys, okay? Great job. But what I see in this whole project is a lot of cement, a lot of buildings, a lot of apartments, a lot of high-cost apartments. What I would like to see as a Lakewood resident is open space, green space. I would like to see an arboretum for trees, okay? I would like to see a park with very limited impact, okay? Because we got climate change going on. If you want to talk about doing something, this is not doing anything for that. In Lakewood, we have restaurants, we have apartments, we have stores, we have cement ad nauseum, okay? So this is a chance to do something. We have a space, we can go back and get some nice green space, some trees. And this is just development, like a Trump-like development. I hate to use that word, sorry guys. That nothing, you guys, I'm gonna say good job with that, but just as my point is, when I see this open space, I would love to see it turn into just total green space with an emphasis on nature, okay? Is there any nature preserve in Lakewood? No. Is there an arboretum? No. Are there parks? Yes, but the parks, and they're nice, okay? But I even see the parks getting more and more concrete in them to make them open to people, okay? So I won't hang out here. The green space is good effort, but if you look at it from the air, there's no tree canopy there, 5% maybe. So that's what I'm interested in as a Lakewood resident. And I just would not hang out here. This is not what I'm interested in. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Walsh. I live at 1435 Marlowe, which is directly across from what I think you're calling Building 3. I'm actually very excited to have something go into the pit, because that's what I've been looking at for 2 years now. I'm excited to continue like Lakewood's density. So I'm excited for there to be retail space to kind of continue the kind of bustle that downtown Lakewood should have. So thanks. I am bummed that the grocery store fell through because I was looking forward to that, but excited for the retail space. I'm also really happy that you are lining Marlowe with trees because I just think that continues Lakewood's vibe of being a very green space. And we have, normally those trees on the tree lawn, and I think it'll help just kind of buffer between my house, and the apartments. So thank you. I want to see as many trees as possible because that's a very Lakewood thing. And yeah, those were my main things. Thanks for putting in trees, and I hope it gets done and gets done well. So I'd like to see it happen soon, but I also just want to make sure it's done really well. So keep going. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Dana Paul, 1462 Bell. Are we able to bring up one of the renderings of the parking garage by chance? I was curious about, I like the brick, that looks fantastic. I think one of the renderings showed like a green, or some kind of a green wall, or, yeah, right there. Is that just going to be in the first 3 bays? Will that be each one of the bays? If possible, can we move that further down towards the residential part so that that's not facing just the hospital itself? I think the neighbors on Bell would appreciate that actually face that garage. And then I agree with the other comment about the plaza. Some of those benches just look so massive and cold, and in the wintertime, in the fall, maybe not as useful as it would be in the summertime. And then my only other comment would be relative to the garden apartments that face both Bell and Marlowe. Do we know what those materials are going to be yet? Do we know what type of materials? Are we talking about aluminum siding, vinyl siding, or are we going to get into more substantial type materials on those garden apartments? That's it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Welcome back.
Good to be here. Nick Zingali, 1435 Marlowe, across from Building 3, right by the access road. So I did want to say I was here I think the meeting before last, sort of raving about how excited I was about the grocery store. So that was a bummer, but I still think we have some potential here. So I guess just looking at the new version of this and knowing that the project has now, I think through nobody's fault, lost 2 anchor tenants with Roundstone and now with the grocery. I was a little late, so forgive me if there was any discussion of any potential tenants. I don't know if there's anything like that yet, but I guess one of the goals living across the street that one thing that's important to me is just making sure this thing is lively and it's not just something where people are just driving home to their apartment, pulling into the garage, making sure that there's pedestrians and people who are actually using that plaza. Because it's one thing to do a rendering. There's a lot of people. It looks great in the rendering. But we really need to have tenants and we really need to have uses and I guess programming that's drawing people out through as much of the year as possible, making sure these things are lively. Because I think there's other examples of plazas like that where there's the benches are there and the trees are there, but a lot of times there's no people there, just to be frank. So I think there has to be a goal when we're talking about leasing and brokers and all that stuff to get tenants in there that are going to make this a lively area. I do think it's more kind of a less lively part of Detroit, and as you start to go a few blocks just to the west, it gets a lot more lively, and I'd love to have that in my neighborhood. I think that's one of the reasons we moved here. So mixed use, liveliness, people of all ages, using that plaza, using that park, getting some good anchor tenants in there, I think is, my main concerns with this. I think that talking about climate change, I think that building dense residential housing, don't get me wrong, I would love to live across the street from a nature preserve in a city, but I also think that building dense residential housing and encouraging people to get out of their cars and walk around is a good thing for climate change, so that should be noted. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman?
Cindy Marks, 1587 Grace Avenue. I have to say, I'm pleased with the improvements of the renderings that they've made so far. Some of the concerns I have, though, is really to agree with the last person who just spoke as well. I think we can have a plaza, but if we don't have people that are using the plaza, it can really create an area that's just kind of a wasteland. I am concerned about the reduction in commercial space also. I'm not sure what the developer's planning on putting into that commercial space, but I think they have to be very thoughtful. I'm sorry that we lost that grocery store, that concept. I think even though they have that same concept on the east side, it's not Lakewood. And I think if they could have fought for it to come to Lakewood, they would have seen a great success. That model of that store on the east side over by the Opportunity Corridor, there's no residential area there. I've been into that store several times, and I thought it would be fabulous for the city of Lakewood. I don't know how the developer fought for that or didn't fight for that, but I'm very disappointed that that's not going to be here in Lakewood. And I'm concerned about 28,000 square feet of commercial development and what's going to go in there that will attract people to the plaza. And I think that a lot of consideration has to be put into that to make it a success. And I hope that, as Lindy Barbero said about a welcoming area to the plaza, I think we have to make sure that public art is included in that. You know, we in Lakewood support the arts, and I think we would do a disservice to the community not to have public art in that plaza. So I think you've done good work in making some changes, but I hope that we give careful consideration to how this is going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no more public comment, and thank you all for your comments. I think we will weave in what we've heard to the forthcoming discussion here. So with that, we'll close public comment for docket item number 073324. Would you like us to deliberate? So I'm thinking, David, we do something similar to what we did last time, start with site circulation, and then walk north to south through the buildings.
Yeah, I think that was a winner last time. So.
Great. So with that, if the Casto team could come up. You hit on a lot of the discussion topics that we talked about last time. You addressed many of the topics, and I don't want to call them concerns because we're working together to refine a plan to make it the best it can be. So you've given us some detail on what changed. So let's talk quickly about the site, and we can get some comments from the commissioners and board members. So let's start with the circulation and the traffic circulation. Are you comfortable with the changes you've made? Do you like the fact that you now have a direct entrance to the garage off of Bell? Are you okay with the access to Building 1 from Marlowe? Like, are all these changes that you've made, do you think that they've provided efficiencies to the project?
I think they have. Colby Turnock, 250 Civic Center Drive, Columbus, Ohio. I think they have. I think it really has improved our pedestrian experience for the residential tenants as well. And I think having the residential lobby kind of on what was kind of void corner on the Bell Avenue side will be really helpful for the building as a whole. You know, I think there are going to be still some traffic movements that we're going to have to study. I don't think that problem necessarily goes away. But yes, I think this reconfiguration is much more efficient.
Great, okay. So we'll just go down the line quickly. Commissioners, traffic, site, circulation, we'll concentrate on vehicular, then we'll go to pedestrian next. So any thoughts, Bill, from you?
No, just the reorganization. I think you hit all the comments in a way that's very creative, and the way you just the overarching theme that I see is that it's just much more pedestrian friendly, keeps the traffic and the pedestrians segregated in a way that makes sense, and kind of moving some of your common spaces around, I think connects the parking and the residences together. I think you really did a good job of thinking through all that, and I feel much more comfortable with the plan in general. And I think the traffic flow, you know, I still would like to see potentially, you know, left or right out, depending on Marlowe or Bell, to try to push the traffic up to Detroit instead of letting it come down through, which you've shown in the first block, but not necessarily further down. And I'm only mildly concerned, just bringing it up, I don't believe there's a light at Marlowe. and, having the trucks run up through there could become problematic, but I don't.
There is a light there.
There's a light there, so then I don't know what I'm talking about. Thank you. No, great job. I really.
I'd have to second Mr. Sanderson's comments. I think the traffic flow makes a lot more sense. There's a lot less weird movements that happen here. I will, and I know this will get worked out as you further refine the plan, but just making sure that as we're coming out of the garage onto the Bell side, and if you're taking a left onto Marlowe to go north on Marlowe, that the garage entrances have enough visibility so that they can see. There's no blind corners that happen there. Right now, the sidewalk kind of directly ends on the Bell side, like into the traffic space for the vehicles there. So that kind of looks, making sure that there's enough setback or that the buildings are canted back so that you can see directly onto those sidewalks would be my only concern, but I'm sure they'll figure that out. So.
All right. First of all, I just want to say I commend all the work and probably the hours that have gone into the changes from the last time, because you pushed through and made quite a few updates here. And I commend and globally, I like the adjustments. And we may get into this when we start discussing building one, but can you again step me through your vision for the 34 parking spaces and the traffic that we'll be using? I know truck, trash, deliveries for retail, but how those 34 spaces would be utilized to further understand the amount of in and outs that will be occurring at that drive.
I think, it hasn't been locked in stone, but it makes sense in this configuration for those 34 spaces to either be dedicated to employees of the retail spaces or dedicated to the residential above, so that you have a user that knows where they're going, they know how to get out, there's no complication, and it really made a lot of sense to do that and then drive all that traffic to the main parking garage. That's just the casual visitor.
Thanks.
Good. Just have two topics on the traffic piece. Can we talk about the on-street parking, particularly on Bell? I think Marlowe is pretty self-explanatory. But on Bell, you said that you remove the on-street parking that is parallel to the parking garage. Is the roadway width there going to be just 2 lanes? Because a lot of times what we see is it's still 2.5 or 3 lanes, and you could parallel park it. Where you've got the parallel parking kind of shown off-street on the north. Oh, sorry, thanks, Dave. The road there is effectively 4 lanes wide. So I guess the question is, can we still achieve on-street parking even with the tree lawn that you've proposed? Because what's the purpose of getting rid of it if it could be achieved?
So we would have to have the civil engineer speak, I think, to that a little bit, and we can get into that in future meetings, and we'll have that information. I think kind of from a design aesthetic and from kind of a functional use, if we can pan out a little bit on the site plan to show the area in front of the parking garage. Really, we thought the most important thing was to expand that green space on the side of that garage, and also kind of noting that, that is probably the least maybe used area for on-street parking, just because it's up against the garage. And we're kind of trying to push either of those cars into the garage or, to the north to kind of park in front of the retail itself. It's definitely a component we could bring back in, but we really thought it made this space much nicer, really created a unique experience from the pedestrian traveling down Bell, and it kind of made that whole space, I think, very unique and much nicer by getting that extra 10 feet in there.
It's a better environment. We just may need to sign it so that
Yep.
it is restricted to on-street parking. Then
Understood.
the width may be there to achieve it. Okay, parking garage, first floor. So basically coming in from Bell. Before we go into the comment, where, and we talked about this last time, have you given more thought to where you think the 75 spaces for the Family Health Center will exist within the parking garage?
We have not. Our understanding is that those 75 spaces are for their physicians.
Okay.
So that the access, the ease of access for a patient or a visitor isn't as big of a concern for them. We have not re-engaged with the clinic at this point in time. The last conversation we had with them was working through kind of a shifting of spaces during construction, and then there's been some changes in leadership. So I think that needs to get back up, and we need to walk through that with them.
Okay. I think it's something we're interested in because it just impacts how the garage works, quite frankly.
Yeah, so they, our initial thought was that those 75 spaces are, they would be in a kind of a co-parking scenario where they would have them dedicated to the clinic from dedicated hours of whatever the agreement says. So we have the ability to use them for retail tenants or residential if you wanted to co-park, but understanding kind of the requirement, I think that agreement probably is going to get renegotiated. So I think all of that comes into play on where they get located within the garage.
Okay. Are they unlikely to be on the first floor?
I would imagine every retailer we talk to is going to really demand those. And I don't know, I didn't get the sense that the clinic would demand them to be on the first floor.
Okay.
So,
Okay, good. So being that primarily the retail parking is, they're going to want the first floor, something we talked about last time is, would you consider, and especially with the way the entrances are configured now, would you consider a clockwise one-way rotation just on the first floor, not on the upper floors, for a few reasons? One, it just helps, you get a lot of first-time visitors, you get a lot of turnover, a 12-minute site visit or whatever the turnover is going to be for a retail customer, and then take part of those lane widths, and again, make this a good experience for a pedestrian getting out of the car, getting to that entrance to the to the retail component. So again, if you can go clockwise just for that first floor, I think that will help. And then just stripe in pedestrian, I don't even call them a crosswalk, but something that's dedicated for a pathway for a pedestrian. And again,
I think we can study that.
okay. We have seen what parking challenges do to the health of retail, and we just got to make it as easy and welcoming as possible. So, okay. I think that's it from us on vehicular matters.
Sounds good. Yeah. Well, I'm going to repeat, it's been said a couple times, but yeah, really appreciate all the work that you guys have done in a short amount of time overall on just the plan in general and responsiveness. It's real excited to be flipping through this ahead of time and looking at this. Back to the point at hand with in terms of vehicular, I think, yeah, making the changes, I see a lot of great improvement. I think, yeah, having that entrance off of Burrell really works. The area that I'm most concerned about still and want to get into a little bit is talking about the entrance onto Marlowe on that area and kind of focusing on that zone. So right now, and part of the thing that still is concerning me kind of in regards to this is that we're going to now have a situation on this road where there's parking, street parking on both sides. I think it looks like we do have the width right now, but the kind of the pinch point that most is concerning is this exit point out. And maybe it's somewhat of a conversation of what kind of truck traffic is coming down there, what kind of a turning radius. Because as he pulls out here, and if he's heading towards Detroit or the truck is heading to Detroit, there's a on-street spot right in that location, and we've bumped out for a little bit to protect the new now west side on-street parking situation. So not that I want to lose some of your spots, but if there's a way to kind of massage or shift how that area could work. But I guess, yeah, so question one really gets into what kind of truck traffic. Is it really going to be a longer box truck like we're kind of showing there? Is it the bigger garbage truck? Who's going to be needing to turn out of here is where you are right now. If you want to. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we are proposing that this is going to be, retailers, whatever smaller trucks are going to come in there. So those are going to be professional truck drivers getting out of that space. We really do not see a concern there. we are definitely, assuming that the vast majority of these trucks are going to come from Detroit on, into here.
Yeah.
The other component would be move-ins and move-outs. That happens, kind of in a rush when the building opens up and as people are going in there. So there will be some more action at that time. But then after that, it's very intermittent. Those are generally smaller box trucks. We do have quite a bit of space down here. We've also kind of designed this so that you can come down here and get a truck into the garage and back it up so that you can kind of get in and out, even if you're an inexperienced, person moving in with their U-Haul.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, we really thought that, kind of getting this component over here was much more important in terms of getting it separated from kind of that pedestrian experience. But still, because of the tendency of who these truck drivers would be and who those parking spaces are for, really is not going to create, any major issues for any of the residents on Marlowe. And really, we think that, even kind of tightening it up with some of the architecture and getting it down this hill, I think from a visual aspect, also I think is really going to, help as it kind of fits into the neighborhood.
Would it help, though, if maybe the bump outs weren't there for the parking to protect it at that, even if that was a striped protection zone? Like I said, I'm worried about that turning radius, even with professionals and okay, now when there's snow on the road, it's there's a couple things. It gets tight there, even if it is that size truck that we have as a box truck, even with a professional, and there's the car parked there, we're a little narrow for so. I guess, what is the width of this road? What is that turning radius needed? And maybe that's something the civil engineer might want to look at.
Yes.
Because that's the pinch point that scares.
So
scares
this,
me.
obviously we're trying to get these concepts in front of you very fast and get the major ideas, and then we will take this to the next level. Civil engineering will go through, do the truck turn radiuses. We'll show different, size box trucks and all that to get down there.
Because in general, I think if you're getting there, that's the concern point for me. Since we now have, once again, a double-sided parked street it's a little bit smaller in this zone compared to Bell Avenue over there. So that's my big one, but I'll pass it down the line here.
Yep, I think all the changes are great. I'm just going to echo what David said. I think further study on that entry and exit point on Marlowe from the garage I think is important. Just getting a look at that. And then just out of curiosity, is the additional crossroad below the garage intended to be one-way or two-way? Just curious how traffic is going to be flowing through there.
On the south side of the parking, that it would be two-way there.
Okay. Those are my only questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all the updates you've done over the last 2 weeks. I think everyone said quite a bit about it, and there's not really a whole lot more to kind of echo everything. I think a lot of the reconfigurations, especially around the parking, the access, and then also what's kind of happening up towards the, off of Marlowe with the reconfigured parking garage, I think is great. Certainly there'll be plenty of opportunities for further study. But yeah, I like where it's going, and thanks a lot.
Yeah, in the spirit of avoiding redundancy, you guys did a great job. So.
Okay, let's move on to pedestrian, then we'll do the public space. Any comments on pedestrian circulation? Mr. Race, how are you about the frontage on Bell along the parking garage?
I was skeptical that you can make a linear park work, but I'm pretty happy with the way that you've accomplished this. And the space between the parking deck and the leasing space, I think, adds to that. My only concern, I've already said it, is just making sure that the entrance for the vehicular traffic on the Bell side just has enough visibility. So.
Only comment I have is, as we continue to develop the plans, making sure we're considering nighttime and lighting, especially adjacent to the garage, that will darken and be a long corridor there. So just making sure we're thinking of those things.
Only a few pedestrian comments, and that is, we really need to evaluate a mid-block crossing by the parking garage entrance across Bell or at the Family Health Center, just with the known fact that 75 physicians, patients, whomever are going to be crossing there. We should really formalize that, and I think people will just use it in general. Other than that, I think you guys have done a really good job, and I echo Commissioner Reese's comment on the linear park and what you've been able to do there. So, David?
You took my favorite one there, that mid-block crossing. I
Oh.
was going to say that was a concern, as you're saying, with the 75 spots. I think there's a lot of opportunities, even hitting at the central point of the now little Interset Plaza right to the corner. Because as you said, it seems to be a pretty important main kind of entrance on the back corner there. No one's going all the way to Detroit and in, so they're going to do it one way or another. Just make sure we address it. But I think some of the moves, especially even having that cross cut between the Curtis Block building and into the plaza, that really improved how that all feels. And your little rendering, I appreciate that. That tells that story well. So I'm excited how that move really worked. Moving the vehicular access to Bell rather than the plaza makes everything a little more friendly. In terms of coming out of the parking garage, you see just one elevator coming down to there. For this size parking garage, is that kind of a minimum? Do you need two? I guess I thought it was something this side, two might be required. Once again, that maybe is more of a building official question, but wonder how we landed on one for this. And then kind of as a counterpoint to that, while the ADA spots are at the first floor for here and there's good access, just in terms of, is Lakewood, a lot of families, making sure with that one elevator spot, people are upstairs with strollers and trying to get around into those locations, making sure that's enough. And I was recently in Scotland, and I was in a parking garage, and every floor up, there was family parking spots and kind of adjacent to the handicapped. And it worked really well, and I appreciated with my two kids I had over there of 7 and 3. So, I see Lakewood is that family-centric living kind of what we have here. So, making sure that circulation, not just for the handicap, but we're going to have, there's going to be strollers, there's going to be the moms carrying this and that. So, want to make sure that flows out. So, back to a simplified question. Elevator and how that is addressed. Is that big enough? Could there be two? What is a minimum kind of in that situation?
We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, and I think pedestrian access throughout the site is looking a lot better. I think the front corner there on Bell and Detroit is a lot improved, pushing the steps back. I think it really allows access to the whole site a lot better, and also between Curtis and the Building 1. And I also just want to note, I appreciate the additional direct access to Building 3 from the parking garage. I think that's a good improvement, and also kind of echoing that, should there be an elevator closer to that entry point, since that will be a main entry point for that building from the garage, as opposed to, I understand it being on that corner, on the northeast corner, but if there is another one, would that corner make sense, or on the opposite side? I know you guys will study that, but just a thought.
Yeah, and just to note, I do believe that's on the second floor of the parking lot.
Right, yeah, I don't see on the first floor, yeah.
Maybe it's some need for the elevator, but we'll take that into account.
And then also, I just want to note that I appreciate the sort of cross-block connection south of Building 4, sort of adding as a buffer between that and the adjacent building to the home to the south. I think that's a nice little addition.
I think someone had said earlier on, in the presentation about how this is a lot more pedestrian friendly and a lot more kind of community, sensitive. And so starting up at the north, I think all of the changes to the plaza have been great, especially like with the renderings, showing possibly how the retail components can spill out onto the plaza. I think the sensitivity to the Curtis Block and kind of creating this active alley can be a really great thing, thinking about like how on the north side of that retail, is there storefront that maybe just creates like a display box or something to kind of make sure that there's a little bit of light, on there and that really activate that, almost like a, so at least even if there's not an entry, there's just some sort of active bright component that pulls people off of Bell and down that street as opposed to around the building. I think, moving a little bit further to the south, having that reconfigured entry to the parking, really helps the connection of building 1 to the parking garage. So I think that's a considerably safer than what you guys had before. I know someone from the community had mentioned, kind of that green screen. I think like as we're thinking about the pedestrian experience along that linear park, beginning to pull that screen and using that green as a materiality on the building will certainly help as it, as you get down further bays of kind of that, the brick and brick openings that you have. So not necessarily just relocating that green screen, but thinking about how that green, can kind of pull people down the street and activate that edge, because we know that the trees are going to take time, and certainly like our weaving, meandering path is great. So I appreciate the attention that's been put into that, and then just getting to the back of the site. You guys, I know we haven't talked about it, but again, giving attention to the space between the townhomes and the back of Building 4. Again, obviously we're early on in the process, but just understanding that that's going to be a path that's going to get heavily used, and just paying attention to that connection is a lot better. So thank you very much. I think it's again a lot more pedestrian based, which is what we're hoping for.
All right. I'll echo the statement. I really like that you took under our consideration our comment about the meandering path along the parking garage. That was awesome. And as well, I really like the development of the esplanade in between 4 and the townhomes. My concern, and by the way, I like how in this pocket area here, you developed that, pulled the circulation further away from the building like we critiqued. But have you ever heard the concept of a desire path? For those in the room who don't know, it's when people take the fastest route to an entry or across an area. I see a cut-in for parking here in front of this area. A delivery driver is going to walk straight through there, as is most visitors. Anybody who uses that area is going to walk right through that area, and it's going to be difficult to maintain that lawn. So I don't know if there might be a consideration to split that in some way. Doesn't necessarily need to be through concrete, but I just want to make you aware of that specific issue, because that was the first thing I thought of when I saw that. Otherwise, fantastic job. Again, I really want to emphasize how much I love that esplanade and that area in front of the parking garage on Bell. So great job, guys.
Great. Okay, we've kind of dove in a little bit, so let's talk about the public spaces, the plaza on Detroit, and then also the plaza in front of Building 4. Comments? Feedback?
I think you took our comments into consideration and opening up that corner, because sometimes in Lakewood, the corners tend to be kind of claustrophobic, and especially if you're queuing for crossing or whatever. So I think you really managed that well. I like the openness of the space. It feels like you hit a nice blend between some hard fixtures, but still left it open enough to be flexible. And I think we probably underestimate the value of having your recreation area kind of looking over that, so it's going to bring some noise and some life, at least in the summer. you know, I understand about programming, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of programming, because God willing, you're going to have 500 people living here, and I think there will be a lot of activity. So I think you did a great job. And I think somebody mentioned lighting. My only minor concern about the Curtis Block Alley is that it feel safe and comfortable and not spooky. But the rendering looks great. If you do that, you'll hit it.
I'd have to agree that like the small changes that you did at the corner of Bell and Detroit, pulling the steps off that corner, a small change like that really made a difference in the way that feels, and I really do think you pretty much hit it there. I am going to be interested to see how you integrate the bus shelter or the transit waiting environment into that corner, or if it moves. And I was also thinking about that desire path for Building 4, and maybe this is too far along to make this change. Did you look at, is there a good reason not to flip the building so that the bar is on the north side? It could put a lot more apartments closer to the parking. It would put your lobby space closer to those short-term spaces for running in and out for the Amazon drivers and the Uber drivers. And it would also allow the townhouses to share this courtyard with the building itself. It would open up that space between, I guess those townhouses could feel a little bit claustrophobic, but if they're facing out onto the public space, it gives them a lot more room to breathe. So again, late in the game to be bringing up that comment, but I just thought I'd share it.
I just had a few questions, and I think these were kind of reiterating what some of the public comment was. As you look at potential commercial opportunities and are speaking with some potential clients, are you integrating what we're seeing and what you're putting forth with some of the things to make sure that kind of maximizes their potential? Could you speak to that or provide a little flavor on that and kind of the different types of tenants that what's your vision look like?
Sure. We certainly want a tenant mix that is going to activate the plaza. You know, in our minds, where there could have been rentable space is now open public space, so we want to make it as inviting and as much of a benefit to the existing tenants and the neighborhood as possible. So I think kind of when we talked about the transition we had to take when we unfortunately lost the grocer, in some ways having more of an organic mix of tenants I think is a little bit healthier way to activate that plaza than having it dominated by one single user. So, you know, I think what we have now with the Curtis Block giving the opportunity for the prototypical mom and pop Lakewood retail space, with Building 1's retail space being, probably more of a local regional type user. You have a lot of different variety of users. We envision this northwest corner certainly being a restaurant space. That would be our target. Now with our residential lobby to the south of that bar, you can probably have some smaller, 2,500, 2,000 square feet users in between that restaurant space and our lobby. And then by opening up the connection behind the Curtis Block, it really helps that space, which was one of our bigger concerns because that space is buried on Marlowe. But now by opening up this kind of really quaint pedestrian passage, I think it provides a unique opportunity for that tenant whose really his front door is going to be the plaza, and that walkway kind of provides that pedestrian access to them. So you've kind of created a nice bookend now with that little walkway. So you're going to have the ability to activate it, and as I think Drew mentioned, we've got like a 20-foot perimeter around kind of our plaza programming that is shown as kind of dedicated to these retail tenants as potential space for them to spill out into for patio space or whatever that extra use may be. And then you get into kind of the more public component of the plaza. So all of that, I think we're taking into consideration as we go out there and are talking to people, potential tenants, that the vibe is right for this project.
Thank you.
want to echo the statements about the improvements you've made to the public space. So specifically to the Detroit Plaza, on the hard corner itself, and I think we heard from Mrs. Barbera, a pretty good comment in terms of, although you made some great strides with pulling the courthouse-style steps off the corner and opening that up, the corner actually now feels a little empty, so that could be a wonderful spot for public art. And I think to Commissioner Reese's comment, the transit waiting environment has to be there. You know, our RTA wants it on the lagging side of the intersection like you have shown. So we really should plan for it now. And it'd be really nice if we didn't have just their typical shelter and worked with them to do something unique. So between a public art component and the transit waiting environment, I think there's some opportunity there at the corner. For what you've done in simplifying the plaza itself, kudos. I think great job. The comment on the benches and the movable furniture, I think you can achieve that. The raised planter beds with the trees that act as a garden wall and a bench, I think with some design, they could feel a little less cold. But great step. I do think it feels a little heavy on the concrete, so as this evolves, you know, especially some of the spaces that may get a little less traffic, like in here, you know, you go to Bryant Park in New York City and you think that it would be trampled to death, but they've got nice areas of stone, I'll say it like limestone, screenings, something that's a little bit softer of a treatment, so not everything is concrete, and maybe those can be kind of integrated into some of the spaces that are a little lesser used. On the public space fronting Building 4, I struggled, as Commissioner Reese did too, on flipping it, but then you basically privatize that space. And I think keeping it the way it is may not be the absolute best design, but it opens it up to the public, and you're not going to have that with the other direction. And then on the Desire line, I think that makes a ton of sense. But you guys have made great strides. So, thank you. Dave?
Yeah, I think just in general, really like how we've moved forward with the public places. I think I made the one comment last time that I was kind of excited about the corner steps, but I like the solution better at the same time. I'll admit that. So kind of reflecting some of the points, making sure with this plaza, number one, and I think the rendering kind of tells the one story, that there's a very nice, cute, dainty bus stop, and we need a little more protection in the winter. And we have a summer rendering, and we need a winter rendering bus stop going in there. So having that more integrated, a little more intention, and then hopefully that with this kind of this use of people that are in here, they're going to be taking the bus downtown. So having something substantial enough that you will get your users using that bus stop at the same time. So moving into that direction. As we do move this to ABR in the future, I think, you know, I see a lot of nice intentions and a lot of nice renderings from what Edge Design has done, but I'm excited to see the actual material selections and how that becomes refined, because it's a little simple concrete right now from how the renderings are, but I think it's starting to work. So how you actually solve that, making sure it doesn't feel like a complete white solid kind of corner surface, integrating the public art, I think that's going to be, I see it working. It's just having that discussion. I look forward to it, especially as it flows into behind Curtis Block. And then around the building to our new little plaza, another very interesting plaza that I think there's a chance to see how that can flow south and become the development along the front of the parking garage as well. We start to get the zigzag and things like that, but I think there's a way to make it all kind of flow together and work as well. To me, the zigzag or the squiggle is kind of maybe a simplification, initial concept of where we're going. So I see that refining and maybe not being so basic, and even how that comes around the bottom on the south side of Building 4 as well. So obviously refinement, but exciting direction there. For the big plaza in front of Building 4, we have there was one rendering you guys had that significantly from changing from what we saw 2 weeks ago at this point. I think there was a lot more detail in the topography of that site. Last time it felt like that was a flat rendering, and clearly, well, you got the topography lines out. That really changed it and really changed the feel, I think, also in a successful way. So having that next layer of information really helped and made some interesting changes and made that space a lot more unique. Definitely agree with what my co-board member said with the pathway right down the middle with how that will change, and you don't want to have, I'm sure you don't want to have a dead spot of grass straight up the middle in that. So once again, see a refinement there. And then especially, once again, this is kind of more of a note for where we're going to take it with ABR as we get into the materials. We're usually looking into kind of all season renderings and making sure that is kind of how that works all the way around. So it'll be something pushed down the road, but in general, I'm very happy with what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with a lot of what was said previously. I think I also would like to see these sort of meandering paths more integrated from a design standpoint. They do kind of feel like, pasted on at the moment, so having that language sort of echoed or how that integrates better, I think will be, again, as we go farther into this. I also really like the addition of that secondary plaza next to the entry to Building 1. I think that is like you've said, I think putting the entrance in the lobby there is a great improvement for how that building is going to be used. And also the addition of that little plaza there, giving somewhat of a more private space to that entry instead of entering off of the main plaza space itself. And I really like this gap between Building 1 and the Curtis Block. I think that's a really interesting, fun, dynamic space from an urban standpoint and a viewpoint. Especially your rendering, it has a very New Orleans kind of feel to it, and it could be a really fun space and really an interesting space within the city that we don't really have too much. I also would just want to say I appreciate the public restrooms and just ensuring that those stay a publicly accessible point through the development of this and not end up getting buried in a retail space somewhere down the line. Yeah, I think as we get further into ABR and looking at some of the design elements of these buildings, I noticed, for example, on the east or the west side of the Curtis Block you're showing, it looks like big garage door openings. Is that something that's intended to be there no matter what, or is that something, a tenant-dependent sort of development? So understanding how some of these, and again, like the openings, the doorways onto the plaza, how those, understanding more how that interacts and how the two buildings interact with the plaza. And I would just like to say, I love the Bryant Park comment, but as someone who worked in a building directly across the street from Bryant Park, they do regrade and resod the plaza every single year. So I don't know if you want to invest that sort of...
They are maintaining it.
So yeah, that's up to you, but it is a beautiful space and a great example.
Yeah, quite a bit has been said, and certainly agree with pretty much everything. I think looking at this our public park, and also want to think about, right now we're showing, just basic landscape with these planter boxes, but, is there an opportunity to maybe peel some of them back and allow these boxes to become, opportunities for, future plug-in structures or things, we talked about public art. Right now, if everything is a planter box, then public art can only happen on the ground or, in the spaces in which people walk. So thinking about even the edge where we had the courtyard steps, that now we have, the faces of those boxes, how can we have, whether it's temporary, plug-in opportunities that we may never forecast this early on, or, just allowing there to be hot spots within the park that maybe not every one of these planter boxes gets a tree, and we, start to just, again, provide a framework for programming, down the road that could really make activation easier. And then, yeah, just as we're moving down, I think David brought up a really great point, and I know, is challenges in everything, but certainly being able to make this entire development flow I think is incredibly important, whether it be this linear park, bleeding into the sidewalk that is, our drop off in front of building 3 or 4, whatever it is. And then also, how here we have a meandering linear park, whereas, when we get down to between the townhouses and building 4, we've got like a little more erratic, like wave pool or something. So, allowing that language to kind of find some sort of consistency and flow, and, like as Nick talked about with the desire lines, like, these things can feel more as an extension of the, of the language and more natural. And maybe when we get into building 4, like maybe it is just a flipping of this entry in that unit so that the entry isn't in the center, maybe it's on the side. So that desire line feels more natural, close to the drop off. And I know we'll get to that building later, but again, like just finding that flow, and while again leaving opportunities for things to happen in the future that we may never predict, but will make programming easier.
Yeah, pretty much what everybody else said. I've got nothing else.
Curtis Block?
Yep.
Planning Commission, any comments on Curtis Block in particular? We did have some public comment relative to the Curtis Block, the apartments on the second floor. Will they take the same footprint, not floor plan, but floor plate as the existing ones?
Yes, they will.
Okay. Great, excellent. Okay, David?
I think it hasn't really changed significantly, other than I think seeing the additional development of how that's interacting in the back. I think that's going to be successful. Another thing I would look forward to delving a little more details into ABR once we get there, but just I think in general, this is the way to go on this one. So,
Yeah, overall, like where it stands, but getting more detail later.
Excellent. Okay, Building 1. Planning Commission. Could you walk us through the public restrooms and how you see that working?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is probably going to be some, limited hours on that entire pass-through, really tied into the retailers. So I think our assumption would be that those would be open, at any point that the retailers are open, and probably for special events that might happen out on the public plaza as well.
Yeah, Paul's right. I think the one thing that we talked about needing to look at is through however we're going to quote unquote permit that public plaza, whether that's for a private or public event, that we have the ability to coordinate access to those restrooms accordingly. If it's on a Sunday where maybe some of those retailers might be open, or off season, or during the holidays where there might be limited hours.
Okay. And do the restrooms act as the restrooms for the apartment lobby as well? Or no?
No, they won't. I believe we have a bathroom in there, but if we don't, we would add one separate for that.
What
Yeah,
this
I
is?
see a toilet.
Okay. Okay, so what you're proposing, are these family restrooms or just single stall?
Yeah, probably family restrooms,
Okay.
unisex.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And do you see having the ability, it's always a delicate balance, of having some kind of sign near the door facing the plaza that states that there are restrooms available?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, wonderful.
I've asked a lot of questions on these parking spaces. In general, I'm not crazy about them. But one question I do have, these spaces down here are going to be very difficult. And I know we have some grade change issues out here, which makes You still do get some natural lighting in here. Is there any value or is there a better use of this space and this street frontage here, even with the grade changes over the marginal parking spaces you're going to gain?
Yeah, so if you go to the rendering, you'll see we've actually updated the topography. We took a closer look at that corner. It is actually even higher than we thought it was.
Okay.
And so it is very buried at that corner. So there's
Okay.
really not an opportunity
There's
for glass there.
All right.
Yeah, if you look at the updated rendering, it shows it pretty clearly where the topography comes up. Just 2 more slides, I believe. Yeah, you see there at that southeast corner, it gets pretty, you can see we even tried to plug in some lower height glass there, and it's, you know, it's like 4 to 5 feet, even at that, a couple bays in there.
Can you go back to the floor plan? On the spaces, when we met July 23rd, and if I didn't pick up on it, then I apologize. We talked about the fact that the finished floor elevation for the parking for the 34 spaces is the same as the retail building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did the column spacing change in between the 2 versions? No.
Possibly, but I don't think so.
Okay. We just want to make sure, again, looking at flexibility for the future, that if that grocer comes back, that it could work. Not saying that it would today, but in the future, that this building has flexibility to expand the commercial space. Is that still the
Yeah,
case?
we'll work with our structural engineer, but we can look at reconfiguring how those columns line up, maybe in a better fashion to the retail. There's a little bit of complexity with that, a typical 30 by 30 bay versus, you know, getting 3 spots into a 27-foot bay, so.
Yes. Gotcha. Okay. Anything else? Ben, thanks.
So I guess this is another question. We talked about the bathroom. What exactly was the requirement for bathrooms? Is it just you need to provide a public bathroom? Was there a quantity? Was there anything? I've done tiny little restaurants around Lakewood in a little tiny space, and I see 2 bathrooms, and that's my requirement for this space. Now this is our public restroom that is serving this massive development with this huge plaza and restaurants and everything. And it's only 2 little bathrooms in there. So just understanding that count right off the bat, is this enough? What was that agreement? Maybe Dave, you might be able to answer that one more specifically for us.
I think this is just a general response to the recommendation from the last meeting to have publicly available restrooms that are connected directly to the use of the plaza, not necessarily to an individual retail space that may have its own restroom facilities built in.
Because obviously you'll have counts for building code additionally that you're getting, and if you put in a restaurant, that's going to need so many bathrooms and everything. So just double checking where that response was, because also once you have a big public plaza, and something that obviously you guys don't want to get into is, okay, there's only 2 bathrooms, there's a line of 100 people during, you know, meltdown, and people are going to use up the toilet paper in 2 minutes, and you're going to have to deal with that cleanup. So making sure this is sized and thought of appropriately and accessible appropriately, if it is part of the agreement, you don't want it to go to heck, like right off the bat. So we have a comment from behind. You were supposed to throw paper balls at me. I'm out of paper. Oh, okay.
My voice carries. Hello, there we go. So to chime in on the public restroom count, this is not a covered mall, so it's not going to meet any of the expectations out of Chapter 4. So in all honesty, you can traverse 500 feet to a restroom. So I just want to throw that out there.
Okay. So, and then no count specifically, and no count from what the agreement was with the city wanting that. Okay. So it works, but obviously, once again, you're going to want to control plenty of toilet paper in there, in general. But yeah, I think in general, building hasn't changed significantly from how we talked about. I think the flow works better, moving your lobby over here. like that there is the possibility for being able to grow your retail spaces, especially if you're going to have a couple of them. One of the things that just in looking in general, maybe once again, this might become more detail as we get a little farther down the road. If this front corner is a restaurant right out the point, wanting to make sure you have can put in your kitchen hood and you have those chases. We don't want to be, okay, now it's a restaurant and there's this big ugly vent sticking on the side of the building. Is that going to the lobby? Is that going to go on to Bell Avenue? So I think that's a detail, obviously something you're figuring out and maybe pre-planning for, of how many spaces you can divide this space up to. So look forward to how that maybe goes a little bit further. But in general, yeah, I think you've taken our comments well, made some good changes here, and it's working all well improved. So
yeah, I mean, I think everything has been said kind of from a plan perspective, and I've said previously, or other people have said. I think from a massing standpoint, I think the building is, hasn't really changed much from the last time we saw it. But I do, I fortunately wasn't here at the last meeting, but I do appreciate some of the setbacks and terracing that you've done, especially on that front corner on Bell and Detroit. I think that's a nice addition to, open up that corner of the building a little bit to the street corner and to the city. As well as there's some other terracing, I know, on like the fifth floor on the east side. So I think those are nice additions to kind of allow the building to not feel like it's hulking over the street there. But I think we'll get into some of those materials and finishes a little later with ABR. So.
Unless you guys want to repeat or anything else?
I agree a lot with what you said, David. In my past, I worked a lot on retail and restaurant architecture. That was the first thing I thought of as they're talking about that space, is how do you vent? What kind of restaurant are you going in? Are you running a chase all the way up to the roof? How are you handling grease interceptors? How are you handling trash coming out of that area? But again, I know those are challenges you guys are working out right now. Because you guys don't even have any tenants lined up yet, do you?
No one has signed up.
Okay. So, yeah, just things to keep in mind in dealing with these spaces. Otherwise, exterior-wise, I think there hasn't really been much in the way of changes since our last time, and I think we've said all we did on that one.
One quick thing I just thought of, thinking of kind of in relation to the plaza and potential restaurant tenants in any or some of these spaces. I'm just curious if any thought has been put into creating a DORA into the public plaza space to allow for alcohol consumption in this area without, as many restrictions in there. Might be something we're talking about farther down the line with the city and everything, but just
Yeah, it has been discussed. It needs to be formalized, but yeah.
Great. Okay, let's go to building 2, the parking garage, quickly. And I know we talked about some of the floor layout, but from a development standpoint, commissioners, anything here? I know we got one comment about trying to extend some of the green treatment to the south, which I think makes sense. Okay. We did ask for a rendering of the parking garage in the winter. I think that still is a valid request with the landscape treatments proposed for the west side, but that can come in due time. So I think we're good.
Yeah, I think that kind of in the direction, and I think some of that's going to be hammered out as we get into more of the architectural details, ABR. But overall, yeah, I think we've hit that pretty well with the parking garage for where we're at. Yeah.
Building 3. Any feedback from Planning Commission here? I think we're good here.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty good as well.
There hasn't been any changes since the last time on this one, right?
Right.
All right, I didn't think so.
Great. Okay, building 4. Planning Commission? Mr. Sanderson.
I would just like to reiterate that my preference would be to try to push the traffic coming out of the south entrance, exit to the garage, to push that up to Detroit rather than letting it go left and right, or at least have one of those be left or right only, so you have one that dispersing the traffic into the neighborhood.
Okay, I think we are good with building 4. And I know that you guys had some comments on building 4, and we are not architects, but our planner minds like the way it looks, just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I think they've taken it the next level from last time, where it's all the way around. What's not? Yeah, I think the comment. I think we use Disney World and Blazing Saddles and other things. But no, we appreciate the direction it's going, and yeah, the additional elevations. I think as we refine into ABR, but when we take it all the way to ABR, dig into those materials a little bit more. Appreciate the moves that were made. I think we're once again looking forward to where we're going from this point. Yeah.
I guess I apologize for not being here at the last meeting because I don't obviously read the minutes, but wasn't over here for the discussion. I'm still struggling with the design of this building. I do think it's better going in for what it is, but I struggle with that as a design intent for this parcel. Yeah, but I mean, I think from a massing standpoint, I think scale and everything makes sense. I think using porches and things like that are a nice addition and make it feel more residential, but it's the sort of plastering on of single-family facades onto a larger apartment building is something that I'm struggling with.
Yeah, I agree. I think, given the short amount of time we've had since our last meeting, certainly you guys have had your focus in a lot of other areas, which have brought a lot of great things. The thing that I'll just talk about is that, like I had mentioned earlier, I'm wondering if, you kind of lose the symmetry in that courtyard space, and you flip kind of the entry in the courtyard and the unit to the east, and then just allow that desire line, because of course as we're thinking about how we're entering into the parking garage, you want to shift those delivery spaces as far east as you can, and so really allowing that kind of circulation to guide how you're planning those lower level units, I think could be beneficial. That way you don't end up with like a racing stripe down the middle, which I think is like we talked about, what you would end up with, like you would on any campus or anything like that. So I think maybe losing some symmetry and shifting the entry might be a huge help to making sure that this just kind of stays more of a loungy, open, green space. Again, I struggle a little bit with the aesthetic and how it at least ties into, the kind of gradation of density to neighborhood in the townhouses, but I know we'll get there. So, what you guys have taken on, I think has been massive, and so appreciate that, and certainly that's going to be something that we really dig into kind of down the road.
Yeah. I echo a lot of what everyone else has said. To me, it just feels like you've got this development, and it just, wham, you're into this completely different design aesthetic. And I just would love to see it blend more into that development and let this bleed into the housing down the line, rather than try to become the housing down the line. That would be my biggest critique. I know we're going to get into design later, but otherwise, with the plan of the building, I think it's great. I think the U shape is fantastic. I like what you've done with the courtyard. Looking at it as a massing itself, it's good. But yeah.
Can we address some of those comments when you guys are done? I just want to make sure we're taking the next step forward as well.
Yeah, and I think I want to make sure we're clear from our direction, just so we can make a continuation from where we were, what we said, and moving forward there, which I'm guessing is what you're, kind of wanting some clarification. I know kind of our direction was from what we saw, kind of continue in that direction, make it work more together and also starting to have those materials blend a little bit. And I think I've seen improvement from my perspective. I see an improvement in that direction from the feedback we gave. So I don't want to double back and tell them to go quite back to the drawing board or anything. I see a direction where there's a refinement in the architecture from the outside. That comes with materials, maybe it's exactly how that styling blends together a little bit more, just as a continuation and somewhat from, also peeling in what Hannah had said with her opinion of it as well, just trying to keep that in consideration. So I want to be mindful of that. Is that part of that conversation? So I'll.
And I think like as you guys tell the story, which we've talked about before, at the beginning of any multi-building development, you're establishing a vocabulary, you're establishing the framework in which you set up a design language, right? So that design language can be deployed or expressed in a variation of ways, but just making sure that we feel a continuity of how we're scaling from density all the way back to the neighborhood, and it could, again, it could end up in a result that's like this as we get to the furthest to the south, when we get to the townhomes, but understanding that narrative, understanding that vocabulary, and not feeling that like when we hit this intersection, we're now switching developers or switching a building approach, because we are still dealing with a large U-shaped building. And while this responds a lot better to the to kind of some of our Cleveland doubles, or a language that we have with dormers, again, just us understanding from you guys how that vocabulary that you're establishing for the entire development brings you to this point, so that it's not just like I get team A does the first 2 blocks, and then a whole nother team or built architect does the last block. Like you guys are having a narrative within your office, and just tell us how that works out. And again, if we get to something that's like this in the back, that's great. It's just us understanding the thought process, and then how you feel they blend together. Because some ways, it could be in massing, but understanding that in order to get your unit count, we have to have this level of density, where like in other cases, you might start to break down from, 4 to 5 stories down to 3, down to 2, and that's not really possible. And I think the massing that we're at is great. It's just, again, like how do we see this as a continuous, expression of, whether it's the vocabulary or the framework that you've kind of set up to work within. And that's, at least for me, that's what I'm asking, which I think is a process that you guys are going through anyway. Right? I'd hope you're going through. So, just telling us that story so we get it. And then also so that it's, it's one development, not asking for it to all look the same, but just that they're all working within the same, same kind of framework or language, yeah. And again, it's that's just all we're asking. At least that's all I'd want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think what would make me more comfortable with it is like you're saying, I think it doesn't feel like a transition between the sort of larger apartment buildings and the single-family residences. It almost feels like I'm pretending I'm a single-family residence, and I think that these two things need to, like you're saying, bleed together. We see materials start to carry over from building 3 to building 4. You'll start to see some of that red brick come over. Start to see some of these sort of mixing and blending of these forms and languages, as opposed to being that very stark difference. So we get that visual variation from the single families farther in on Marlowe and Bell to the more commercial Detroit. I just think it's a very stark change at the moment, and it just needs some of that more transitional form language to it.
So I think it was brought up in the last meeting. One point that was made was that when these were 3 smaller garden buildings, this style was more generally acceptable. than on a larger U-shaped corridor building. I'm not trying to create any more work for these guys at all, but I think we have heard from council and other members that that kind of vintage Lakewood style was very appealing and what they wanted to see. So I think there's been a strong effort to try to keep that. So I think that's been some of the challenge. We've certainly done a lot of these types of buildings with these guys, and they come in all shapes and forms, and I think we can get to probably what you're talking about, but I think some of the struggle is what we're holding on to as a maybe perceived approval or want from other voices that may be in conflict with what we're hearing. So I'm not.
And I think even just looking at this rendering, like some of the simple things that come to mind are, it's okay to have this Cleveland double, look on either end, but when we get to the middle, can we bring the language of the red brick and the gray back, the charcoal back? Like those are ways of carrying the language over that aren't telling you to start from scratch. It's just to say, all right, well, I've developed this language that could possibly go from something that defines a corner to something that expresses an infill. That now all of a sudden, and again, that's just a materiality thing.
Yeah.
Like we're getting to these shallow dormers that are starting to feel like more like flat roofs, right? Like they can still be shallow dormers. They don't have to mimic what's going on in building, 4 or 3, but they can still carry on some of that materiality that, again, like at least, allows you to keep the aesthetic that council and everyone else is gravitating to, but then picking up on a language that's already apparent, on the
And
site.
that's perfect. Like that's what, and I'm not an architect, but I was just trying, in my mind, like all these things we've heard from all these different groups, I'm trying to give them kind of that prescriptive feedback.
Yeah, the challenge for us is always like I know how I would approach design, but I'm not designing the building for anybody, so we don't want to be like too,
Well, I think
apparently descriptive, but I think like that is a specific instance of how that can happen.
I know, but I think you've come back up around to it's more material discussion and a blending. I'm gonna let Chris step in just because he wasn't here last month to get some of that, but in general, I think we're still at the same spot. Is kind of what I'm getting out in some of that conversation. So, but yeah, since Chris, you weren't here.
Yeah, I was just gonna
step in
say,
for a minute.
I think what you're saying from when it was originally more like 3 smaller garden apartments, I think this language might have made more sense. But I think really functionally, this building is, while not in height, is basically the same as building 1. There's no commercial space, but it's a large, massive building that's not as tall, but like in plan it is. It's functionally the same thing. It's a large apartment building and now. So I think it doesn't, I worry that this becomes kind of like superficially pretending to be a Lakewood house when it will already, like once it's built, it will feel dated and things like that. Like that's my concern coming to it, So I think that now that it's become more of this larger building, the language needs to change a little bit. And yeah, I think this is better. I think the way you started to integrate it from the last one is an improvement. But I think, again, starting to integrate some of these materials and languages from the other buildings to make it feel more cohesive and more like an apartment building as opposed to like a pretend Lakewood house. We don't want this to feel like we're in Westlake. We want this to feel like we're in Lakewood, which I think is a big thing for me. Like the first time I saw it, I felt like this could be at Crocker Park, and that's not really what we want for Lakewood, I don't think.
So and again, this is just asking questions to try to give these guys some ammo. So if we veered further, I guess, away from the kind of Lakewood look and more to kind of the 4-story building, or even the 5-story building, is that something that's acceptable? It's something that's certainly acceptable to the market, but we want to make sure that we're also providing kind of what we've been selling to the community and what has been acceptable. So it's finding that balance. But I think there's some, from what I'm hearing, it might be just materials, but it could also be toning down kind of the overall look that we had on the 3-story and making it feel like more of a corridor building.
It's actually really interesting, like in this perspective where we're looking at this corner and it feels like a house, but as soon as I extend that view to be down down our pedestrian path, now all of a sudden the massiveness of that building is going to become so much more apparent. And so yeah, just making sure that it's genuine. I think, yeah, just like here, like you get that corner, or maybe the two pieces of the corner, and then you just kind of see like how massive it is, especially on that back. I think we're gonna, you'll pay more attention to it, as there's only so much you can take on at one time. But there's just things to be aware of.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
May I make a comment, please?
Yeah.
Could you go to the last slide? So this isn't really our purview, and I respect the ARB's comments as architects and planners, but this is an exceptionally deep site, and the language that you're talking about is demonstrated in, back to the other one. Basically, you have block buildings fronting the commercial district, and then it transitions into single-family houses in every instance. So from my perspective, from planning, the only thing I could see differently is you'd start to transition sooner rather than later. I think the way you've handled it has done as much as possible, given the depth of the site, made the transition to the neighborhood. There's no mistaking that there are apartment buildings, but throughout Lakewood, there is an example of single-family looking apartment blocks, and I think we could go through and find a bunch of them. So I understand all of your comments, but I personally think you've done a great job of finding that middle ground, and I've also heard public comments that express the same. So that doesn't help you because now you're talking. But I think it is a perspective that needs to be explored by you guys as you move forward, and I know you'll be doing that.
I think very much to that point, and I kind of hinted at it when I was going through, but you see essentially every block off of Detroit, the larger flat roof buildings, and they transition abruptly, almost in every condition as you go down Detroit to the single family. I think that is one component. The other thing is this is a very large, probably one of the largest kind of contiguous pieces of property that's getting developed in Lakewood. And Lakewood has been developed very organically, right? And we're coming in and bringing in a very large development. And so even to your point of bringing those materials from, building 1 and 3 into 4, and very much we have had these discussions in our office, and we've kind of taken a different tact that we would even want to go the other way, where maybe building 3 had a different color brick than 1. So it does feel like it's happening more organically, that the project is not just, it is one development, but we see it as, Lakewood. It is happening, building 1 is happening, building 3 is happening, and building 4 is happening. And so they do have very much kind of different materiality that might happen. And I would argue one other point on building 4, the idea that these are just kind of plastered facades. We've been working pretty diligently in our office, and if you kind of look at some of the upper floor plans for those, you can see how we've carved space out of that 4th or 3rd floor plan, which is complexity and construction that that Casto is taking on, really to make this, something that is very Lakewood. So, we really try to take that next step in breaking down that architecture, even to not just be a corridor building. There's ins and outs. There's a lot of inefficiency that we've created to do this that, comes at kind of cost, so.
And I think what you just said is another great potential solution is differing building 3 even more from building 1. I think part of what we're responding to is that those two are a very cohesive architectural language, and then you have something drastically different. I mean, I think if one potential solution is developing not a totally different language for each one, but something that speaks to each other, but have some more variation between them, and I think that could be a potential solution. I think there's a couple different ways that we can go about this, but I also think looking at this view, it kind of even looks more like it's plastered on, to be honest. Like you see the mass
of the U in this view of a flat roof, and then, you know what I mean? Like, it just, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate like the work gone into, you know, adding that variety into these apartments, but I would say that this view actually makes it feel even more massive and more like the opposite of what you're saying. But
A view that a pedestrian.
yeah, no, that would never see. I know, that's why I didn't want to talk about it in the first place, but yeah. But yeah, no, I think, you know, even seeing the different brick that the Curtis block has from building one, I think you already start to talk to that language. But I would also like to add that we do have apartment buildings and townhouses that are solid brick that are mid-block in places in Lakewood. You know, we have large apartment buildings on Lake that are all brick, you know, directly adjacent to, you know, single-family homes. There's, like you're saying, a lot of variety. But I just think it's important to, you know, apartment buildings are apartment buildings. They're not single-family homes. So just keeping that in mind. I'm done.
That's fine. No, I think, but what I guess we keep coming back and come around to, it seems like it's a material discussion more than a complete design change is kind of what I'm getting out of anything that.
Yeah, I'd say not a complete design change, but material and, you know, maybe
It's
roofs
that discussion.
change and,
It's
you know,
discussion of
dormers
how
change,
that,
yeah.
it's so, I think for what the joint meeting standpoint, we need to get at, I think we're good. And we need to continue this discussion at ABR is really what needs to happen, so.
A clear and concise discussion.
Yeah, good luck. No, yeah, well, so something, that'll be homework for us to make sure. A little more to the point on that one, since, yeah, we're getting a little roundabout on this one. So, and yeah, wanting to continue a clear discussion from where we said we were last time into this and moving forward. So,
great.
So let's wrap that one up.
Okay, so we've done traffic, pedestrian, public spaces, buildings.
Townhouses.
Townhouses are last, and then we'll be done. Any, when you were before us last time, you didn't have renderings of the townhomes, and I don't think you have them again this time, do you?
No,
Okay.
just the site plan.
Okay. Yeah, okay, right. I think from a planning commission standpoint, at least what I think you've heard from us is we are supportive of what you've proposed here. It makes sense, the massing makes sense, the height makes sense, and that's about where our purview ends.
Yeah.
David?
I think, yeah, in our sense, yeah, I like the little bit of the plan change, a little bit of the push and pull, and then maybe not to quite to get to end design, but since we are doing a very significant change of design, I'm guessing these are going to reflect something of what you're going for on building 4 to a degree is what I would expect, instead of then it's, you know, returning to more of a different townhouse kind of view. So we'll look forward to seeing as we get into that one. So I think that'll help tell that story as well with the transition.
Great.
Yeah.
Mr. Boss, anything else that, I mean, we can wrap a bow on this, but anything else that you want us to go over or discuss? Can you bring up the slide with the outstanding items?
Yeah, I think just from a code standpoint, Mr. Chair, in terms of the planning commission review and the requirements for final approval, traffic impact study, which is on its way, and then just I would recommend just having that final setback plan, I think is important just for consistency, including the townhomes with regard to with Bell and the adjacent properties and then the residential properties, just so we know and you're aware of those setbacks. Updated use map to associate the use table, which I don't believe is going to change very much, but we need to have those areas designated and the uses within those areas so that you can provide your final approval on that. And then the final plat is the big piece. That's about it, Mr. Chair. I think I do have that last slide. Communications stay the same. I think you're hitting all the areas in terms of the kind of the focus areas, those joint focus areas. I think we're still at a point, we need one more meeting, I think, with a lot of those final products, I think. at least from our standpoint, from the Planning Commission side. And so just taking a look at the process schedule and kind of having that discussion again. And so I've gauged there's 2 opportunities coming up. It's the 2-week option or the 4-week option, basically. 22nd of August or 5 September is what the process schedule has right now for the next joint meeting. And so I think based on our last discussion, I'd defer to Dimmitt and kind of those outstanding items that are out there in terms of the time required to kind of continue to refine and turn those. So
I guess, Mr. Botts, if I could ask, in terms of another joint meeting, because it sounds like we are pretty solidified in terms of what Planning Commission is looking at, and the items of question that Architecture Review Board has are, we're really getting into the details and materials. Personally, I don't know that we need another joint. Do you feel that we need another joint?
if you feel like it's just that you guys are close enough with Planning Commission that we can kind of detach, I think there's benefits to having a joint discussion. But if you feel like if the recommended path would then, I guess that would then go to Planning Commission on the 5th, and then ABR picking it up on the 12th with their normal meeting with an anticipation of a final approval from PC on the 5th, so they can then diverge and go to the 12th. So
I would second the Planning Commission chair on that one. It feels like, yeah, we're as you can tell, we're chomping at the bit at some of the refined details, but I think for the bigger picture, what you made as the points of massing pedestrian vehicle parking plaza, I think we're pretty obviously there's refinement that as we get into those details a little bit, but nothing that would change what you're looking for approval. So I would second that.
Okay. Excellent. I have a question in terms of the neighborhood meeting and the public meeting. One thing about this process that's made me personally a little nervous is that if Planning Commission were to provide a plan development approval, final approval, prior to those meetings happening, do you see any conflict there? I mean, yes, these are public meetings open to the public, but those other ones are rather topical, and there could be some good things that come out of those that could be integrated into a final development plan.
So again, we intended to have that discussion tonight, kind of after but what I've got right now, tentatively on the 21st of this month, would be a public meeting or a topical meeting, probably to cover the development in general, and then potentially to dive into like the plaza or some area of just gaining more comment back before, it was intended before the next joint meeting, whether that would be close or within 2 weeks after that. And so I think that was always the intent, was to have that public meeting before the next round. So I think that's what, I just needed to confirm that with Casto, but that's what we were working towards.
Okay.
It's the 21st right now is what I have tentatively identified and reserved at Cove Community Center.
Great. Excellent. So when you return, I guess from a plan development standpoint, are you at a point where you're ready to develop a plat? Because that is a pretty major component of the final plan development.
I will need to confirm with Civil on their components.
Okay.
They'll be prepared. That's the only thing that,
Okay.
I think those 2 items, the traffic study and then the plat. So
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we will have enough time for them to get that. But everything else, I think we will have and we're very close to having.
Okay.
I would say even if just in the process, maybe you aren't ready for that 5th meeting, I would still maybe encourage we begin our ABR discussion. Clearly, materials are already, with the renderings, we have a lot to discuss. So I think obviously it's going to be more than one meeting on that one, just there is so much to go over. So keep going that maybe we see on the before, even if that doesn't work out for the 5th for that detail for the plat. We can keep you going in the right direction.
And I would say, like, worst case scenario, if you're not ready on the 5th, we did identify that date later in September, that we could hold a PC special meeting in September, that ABR could continue the conversation at peer review or whatever before the October meeting. I just want to reiterate, our goals are still PC approval in September at some point before, and then an ABR approval in October, so that we have enough time to get through council, to get council's due time too. So I appreciate the consideration.
Great. So before we go to entertain a motion, Planning Commission, any closing thoughts, general thoughts, anything that wasn't discussed yet that you feel needs to be discussed?
We'll open it up to ABR. Any additional thoughts? Straightforward points of direction. Otherwise, I think, yeah, just look forward to seeing you maybe at the next ABR to really start duking that out. So,
Great. Okay. With that, anyone care to propose a motion?
I'll motion to adjourn.
We're not adjourning yet. We need to defer probably.
That too.
But I like your style.
A dual motion.
How did we do this last time? Do we need a full vote?
I think last time we decided to defer, but there wasn't a vote on that deferral.
Yeah,
I don't think I even had a number for that one. So
Yeah.
maybe we both motion to, because it's, oh yeah.
Technically, we should move to defer.
Okay.
Okay, each board does? Yes. Okay. So we have a first on the floor to defer. Is there a second?
Second.
First and second, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll signify approval by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None, motion carries.
For the Architectural Board Review, we make a motion to defer. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, so moved.
Mr. Lapointe, will you please adjourn the meeting?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Same here, ditto. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, I will see you tomorrow. Do we still need to talk about those? I am, actually. I have a meeting at 10, I think, and then another in the afternoon, like at 3. I might try and get out of here about 4:15-ish.
I'm open between 1 and 4 tomorrow.
All right, I have a meeting at 3, so if you